And now, I do want it stated on record that I will be leaving early before consent calendar to do a waive meeting. And Dr. Prada, would you please talk? 503. Okay, we take the roll call, Dr. Prada.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see everybody. We are on agenda item number 2, which is roll call. And with board member, Mrs. Rosalia Policy present, and board member, Mr. Rudy Lopez.
Here.
Board clerk, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Right.
And our board vice president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario. And our board president, Mrs. I. Madam President, we do have a quorum. Board members are here.
Thank you. The agenda for the meeting.
So no, with no corrections, Madam President.
Martinez makes a motion. President Garcia is second. Okay.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. For public comment communications of closed session items. Done. Thank you. And now five, the board recess to closed session in accordance with section 54954.5. One conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. John Doe Lee versus San Ysidro School District. Case number 37 to 2022 -00006.79 -PU -PO -BP 5.2 conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. If it is subject to litigation, pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, number of cases 5. 5.3, government code section 54957, employee dismissal, release, reassignment. 5.4, government code section 54957.6, conflict with labor negotiations, sorry. At lead agency negotiations, district legal counsel Joseph Santos, director of human resources and the Borges, employee organization, San Ysidro Educational Association, CTA, California School Employees Association, Chapter 154, and unrepresented administrators, certified, certificated management, classified management, and confidential.
President, I'd like to make a motion to recess into closed session at 5:07 p.m.
Second.
Made by Mr. Antonio Martinez and second by Senator Rosario. Okay.
Aye.
We now close.
Met in closed session, and there's one item to report, item 5.1. The board unanimously approved a settlement agreement in the amount of $87,500. Motion was made by trustee Palaciegate and seconded by trustee.
Thank you. We're now on, roll call. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening and welcome to everybody to our. We're happy to see you all here tonight. We are on agenda item number 7. That is roll call, beginning with our board member, Mrs. Rosalia Palaciegate, present, and our board member, Mr. Rudy Lopez, and our board clerk, Mr. Antonio Martinez, and our board vice president, Mrs. Nanaina Rosario, and our board president, Madam President, we have all 5 board members here. We do have a quorum.
We are now on 8.5. Mr. Mr. Juan Sanchez Velez, 7th grader from Mr. Del Mar, who will be following us on the classroom.
Good evening. My name is Juan Sanchez. I'm in 7th grade and I attend the Del Mar. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, with liberty. You may be seated. Thank you.
We are now on number 9, board recognition. Distinguished charity.
Thank you, Board President, Board Superintendent, Cabinet members of our audience. I now have the pleasure to introduce Vista Del Mar Principal Irene Vera Ceballos. She will now introduce our Vista Del Mar Board recognition.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Potter, board members, staff, community members. I'm honored to be here today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to acknowledge some of our remarkable BDM students and staff. I'm so blessed to work with these amazing human beings. I'm going to have 3 groups. I'm going to start with our BDM reclassified students. So congratulations to our students who have achieved reclassified fluent English proficient status. Your hard work and dedication have truly paid off. This milestone is a testament to your perseverance and commitment to learning. We are extremely proud of your accomplishment and excited to see you to continue to excel. Keep up the great work. Our first student, 7th grade, Valeria Lagunas. Come forward. Please stay, students. We're going to take a group picture, okay? So this next student is also a 7th grader, and I would like to thank him for doing our Pledge of Allegiance. He did a fabulous job. I'm so proud of him. So thank you to Juan Sanchez Velez. Now on to our 8th graders. Amanda Gonzalez. Okay, our next student is Anita Martinez. And Brian Nguyen. Congratulations. Yeah, this is a little part getting it closer together. Closer together. One, two, smile. Take another. Thank you. And here. Karen, do you want to take a photo with your student? Any parents? No? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, the next group recognition is our medium certificated and classified. Our certificated teacher is not here, but I'm going to acknowledge him. Coach Adetta is our PE teacher and ELO coordinator. He has done an outstanding job. He is organized, responsible, and this year our sports implementation has gone very well. He also does an amazing job mentoring students during his enrichment class. So congratulations to Coach Adetta. He's not here, but I will definitely give him this award tomorrow. Okay, now I'd also like to acknowledge these outstanding school staff. They play a vital role in creating a positive and supportive environment at BDM. They go beyond their duties in their job. They're true team players. They have great relationships with students and staff. They show patience and compassion when dealing with challenging situations. These exceptional staff members contribute to a culture of excellence at BDM. They are positive, helpful, and always do their best. So I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Nirvana Bustos, outreach consultant. All right, our next staff member is Mr. Carter Bowman.
Thank you.
And the Ganesha Vipalva. Okay, before I introduce this next team, I want to say thank you to the board. Because without your support, the funding, they would not be here at school. That's why I really wanted to acknowledge it tonight. Not just that, but they do an exceptional job. So each of these members of our mental health support team are making a difference at BDM. They serve an important role at our school. They provide essential resources, guidance, and help build a sense of community here at school. They help our students manage stress, anxiety, depression, and other mental health conditions. Also, by being a part of our BDM community, they help reduce the stigma around seeking help and encourage conversations about mental well-being. I'm very happy to work with them. I truly feel that they make my job easier. We're just having time before this meeting to talk about the students that have, their lives are literally changed. They come in and it's drama, 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 and they leave getting really good grades, or pretty good grades, not A's and B's, but they're making progress and they're doing well. And it's just the most rewarding part of my job to see those transformations. So I would like to acknowledge this team, our mental health support team, Jessica Golden, our psych therapist from South Bay Community. Next is Juan Hermosillo, our stream to care from South Bay Community Services.
And then this person, he started as a psych therapist, he's now been promoted to program director. He still comes every week to check in with those students that he saw when they were sixth graders. So I'm very happy and proud to recognize Mr. Shea Prophet, the program director for top community engagement. Okay, our next mental health support is also a very important person. She was not able to be here, but we're very lucky that she has her supervisor here. Ms. Nancy Martinez is our military and family life counselor, and Ms. Amy Shore is here to accept her recognition on the behalf. And I'm happy to have the support for our military family. We really appreciate it. Thanks. Great, thank you, everyone. See the picture.
I have to squeeze a little closer together. Yes. Let's squeeze it.
Thank you so much, Pastor Bayo. And here, students, congratulations. Remember, we have cookies and water for you located outside.
And I believe our board president would like to share about translation.
Yes, before we begin, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. So if any member of the public would like translation from their either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking, please go to the translator table to pick up a headset, which is right over there with Mr. Pablo's signs. Thank you.
And so now I'd like to ask if our Assistant Superintendent of Leadership and Pupil Services, Mr. Russell Little, would please join me. Mr. Little, we have, I believe, 3 or 4 speakers. I have the honor to go first. And then we've got a few more speakers as well. And we have our students at Spine who drew your picture with your glasses. And so we're honoring you this evening at our board meeting. So it is with great admiration and profound gratitude that we announce the retirement of Mr. Russell Little, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and Pupil Services. After a remarkable career of 39 years devoted to enhancing educational excellence, Mr. Little has chosen to embrace a well-deserved retirement. When he announced his retirement to me, he got very teary-eyed, thinking he would be leaving our family and soon. He could barely tell me what he was trying to tell me. After having successfully served in principal roles for 22 years in San Diego school districts, Mr. Little became a part of the San Ysidro School District family on July 30th, 2018, when he assumed the role of principal at Smythe Elementary School. His exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment quickly became evident, creating a nurturing, dynamic environment for both students and staff. His exceptional contributions led to the role of assistant superintendent in 2022. A seasoned K-12 educator with a robust background in applied linguistics and second language pedagogy and proficient in French, Swedish, German, Catalonian, Spanish, and English. Did I miss any languages? Mr. Little's tenure has been marked by significant accomplishments. Among his many achievements, he notably increased the reclassification rates of English language learners and delivered continual improvements in student achievement and accountability. Additionally, Mr. Little successfully implemented several professional development initiatives focused on enhancing our multicultural student body's achievement, engagement, and social emotional well-being. Mr. Little's academic credentials further underscore his expertise and dedication. He earned a bachelor's in political science and Spanish from the University of New Mexico, followed by a master's degree in curriculum and applied linguistics from the same institution. He also holds an administrative services credential from our very own Aztecs, San Diego State University. Go Aztecs. He is the consummate professional. As Mr. Little embarks on his new chapter of his life, we extend our deepest gratitude for his years of dedicated service and profound impact on our district and many others. His contributions have left an indelible mark on our educational community, and his presence will be greatly missed. Please join me in the most warmest round of applause for Mr. Little. Now we have our board vice president, Zenaida Rosario, who'd like to read something. I'm sorry to make you keep standing.
You are the honoree this evening. In 2020, which was my last year as a teacher here after 40 years, my students who were in kindergarten, who in 1919, when they entered my kindergarten class, their artwork consists of a circle, two hands coming out of the ears, and two legs coming out of the face. That was their drawing capacity for the majority of 60 students I taught in our dual language class. By February, we all knew Mr. Little was going to celebrate yet another wonderful birthday. And so we thought as a class, why not interview him and write a book? I used to write lots of books in my class. So the children came up with a list of questions. And so tonight, you are going to get to know Mr. Little a lot better, just like those 5-year-old children did in 2020. They are now 5th graders, and they will always remember and cherish the opportunity to have had Mr. Little as their principal. So some of the questions they asked were, do you have a family? You know, children, teachers, and principals and superintendents live here all the time, and we sleep here all the time. So when they asked him, the answer was yes, Mr. Little is married, Sophia, and has 3 children. So this is one of the our students who drew Mr. Little with his family. Next question was, do you ever get bored being a principal? Of course not. He said he loved being a principal and working day to day with all the children and the staff. Another question, and you'll just have to look at all those pictures. I mean, amazing. So I'm not really reading them in that specific order, but these were all the questions that they had. Next was, what do you do as the principal? He asked, what do you do? And he said, well, I want to make sure that all the children learn and that everybody can grow up to be strong human beings. And Ashley was very, very satisfied with that question. Next question was, Mr. Little, which is your favorite food? And there is a picture there of tacos, Mexican food, and Spanish food. So paella, tacos, carnitas, all that good stuff. And the child that drew this picture, boy, those tacos would make you hungry in a minute. Next question was, what time do you have? When do you get to eat if you're always so busy? Well, he said, I try to eat at 12, but most of the time I don't think you ever sat down to eat. You always were busy with the kiddos. Which is your favorite color? And he said, sky blue. Blue. As you can see, here's suit. Sky blue. He prefers the color of the sea. Mr. Little, where do you live? Do you have a house? He answered, yes. That he lived in a house with a garden. And the picture that shows that one, it's the second one on the top. And it says, sound spelling, Mr. Little's house. And we saw the sound spelling there. But I have to say, the artist there was my grandson. And what's your favorite animal? Asked Joanna. He said he loved dogs. Although he also likes cats. Yes, he's allergic to them. What do you do when you're done with school? He says, when I'm done with school, late in the evening, I go home and I rest. They do me resting, sitting in the couch, relaxing. So they really just embrace all the questions that they asked him. And we presented the book, we invited him to our classroom, and the children read their own pages to Mr. Little. Mr. Little, I already cried alone before and everything because it can be a really hard to find. They'll go to the district and look for you and you're not going to be there. But everybody deserves to retire. All that we have to learn to let go. And you have part of us in your heart. We will always have you in our heart. You were the perfect person to go into our school and help us heal after what we went through at that. It couldn't have been a more perfect person than you. Your integrity, your intelligence, your kindness, you're smart, you're a leader. The community loved you. I just want to say thank you, gracias, for all your support as a team, a family for San Ysidro. We will never forget you. And we wish you the best. And whenever you're in town, you know, we're up in that little hill and we will miss you. May you carry this book and the memories, because I know every child who was impacted by your leadership will never forget. Muchísimas gracias. We want to present you with a very, very beautiful award. Keepsakes on behalf of our family here in San Ysidro that you can put on your shelf and take a moment every day to know that we will always think of you and thank you. And your family for sharing you, because it takes a lot of sacrifice for your family to let us have them there so many years, so many days, so many hours.
We are proud to present Russell Little with the highest honor in our district, the Education Champion Award, making him only the second recipient of this award, along with our Secretary of State of California, Shirley Weber. Congratulations, Mr. Little.
I'll take the photo to and introduce. Yeah. This is a motion. Mr. Little. We'd like to say you're one of the smartest people I know. You're also one of the kindest people. It is my absolute honor to invite Ms. Lidiana Barba. She is a field representative from the office of our assembly member, David Alvarez, and she has a very important announcement. Thank you, Christina. Good evening, Superintendent, board members, staff, and committee members. I am here on behalf of the Superintendent, David Alvarez, to present the certificate to Mr. Russell Little in honor of his retirement from his assistant position as Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and Services. Congratulations on your prominent 39-year career, and thank you for your dedicated service to the school district and its students. To like to introduce himself. Yes, speak.
Well, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you so very much. I really, especially since the pandemic, I have really in my life have brought home the of gratitude, and I think all the great spiritual leaders really stress the importance of how important it is every single day to be thankful for just the little things. And I'm so thankful and grateful to ended my 39 years here in San Ysidro. I'm thankful for all of you because this is a team that works with respect, love, integrity, hard work. At the time though, the 39 years, I can't believe it. I will always be rooting for you. Always, even though I'm going to a different chapter of my life, I'm always going to be an advocate for children and social justice. And I'll be around. So, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your confidence. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you, colleagues. Because everything is a team. And I'm especially thankful for my wife Sylvia, my best friend. Teacher in the Rosemont District, probably swapping lesson plans, talking about teaching. Our first argument was about how to teach reading, I think. Thank you, everybody. I'm very appreciative, and I will miss you greatly. Muchas gracias a ustedes. Lo muy agradecido para. Gracias.
Okay, time for picture. Yeah, Eva, time for
Lots of things.
I feel a little closer, that would be nice.
We're now on, 11, communications on open session items. Before we start, I wanted to reminisce when Mr. Little first came on board to our school. He was the principal at Smythe. My granddaughter was there at Smythe, and I used to arrive and drop her off. I'd watch him and I'd watch the kids, and it was something like in a book that you could see him walk around. The kids would run up to him and grab his hand, and he would walk down the hallway talking to them. How are you? We used to have assemblies outside on the field, on the playground. And I would go out there to hear him, you know, talking with them and giving them encouragement. All of the teachers were out there with grade levels of 9. Something nice, every time that I could go, there's always one child around or another walking down the sidewalk, and I think, wow, it's like a picture that you see in a movie, and somebody grabs a hand of a child of a person who they know and love and respect. And that's what I saw in Mr. Little. He had such a heart for the kids, for being a principal, being out there in the morning, receiving them and the parents, seeing how the kids, you know, really became like they knew who he was. So when I saw that, I thought, wow, that's something I haven't seen for many years. And it's something that you see in a book or in a movie. So Mr. Little, thank you for that, because I know that a lot of those children still and always remembers. So thank you for everything that you did, the love and education, the willingness to take on another position and do a lot of things that you made and have people understand what is it that you have to offer them and what the district has. And I think you opened a lot of doors for a lot of parents and for a lot of the administrations, what they learned and even certificated and classified. They saw you as a professional person that could really talk with them and tell them and explain to them. I think that's the most important thing, communication. Thank you. Thank you for everything. We wish you the best. Wish you the best, you and your wife and your family. Thank you. So our next speaker is Pablo Science. You have 3 minutes, Pablo. I hope before Pablo, can I mention to the parents and the children that received an award, there is cookies outside on the table for them. If you can please take water, okay? And even the children that are here, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a bittersweet moment to be standing at this podium. Farewell to a educator, a great example, a great human being, and a great neighbor. Is Mr. Lito's office is right across mine. Almost every day, I will say good night to him in Spanish. Hasta mañana, he will reply. I met Mr. Little when he became principal at Smythe Elementary until 2018, and I will go and interpret at IEP meetings. Tell right away he was a kind principal, really caring for the well-being of his students. Mr. Little, it's 5 years. You inspired me to continue to strive to be a kind human being. I thank you for your legacy here at the SYSD School District. And part of that legacy is that you established young SYSD writers, an anthology in the SYSD School District. I promise you that if the school district continues the anthology, and I hope so, that it continues, I promise you that I'll do everything I can to do so in your honor, Mr. Lee. And since Mr. Little is multilingual, I say in Castellano, gracias. En Italiano, gracias. Asquerra, a français, merci. Catalan, gracias.
The next one is Perla Cavada. You have 3 minutes. Oh, your promotion details.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board. My name is Perla Saavedra. I'm campus seat at Ocean View Hills Elementary, and now you're representing my fellow campus seats. As student population grows, their needs evolve. It's crucial to increase the number of school supervision, especially in larger schools. Here are some reasons why. With the growing number of students enrolling due to new housing development, it makes it hard to provide adequate attention and supervision with fewer staff. There are students that require various levels of academic, social, and emotional support. More staff ensures that each child receives the necessary attention they deserve. The large size of the school means more supervisors are required to cover large areas with limited supervision, and this makes it difficult to maintain a proper and effective. Adequate staffing is essential for maintaining safety during recess, lunch, and transitions, which will reduce the risk of accidents and or conflicts. With more supervisors, we can ensure consistent, high-quality supervision across all areas. It's often when one area is short-staffed, we provide support to each other, but having more staff will allow for smooth operations without straining the team. Also, when supervising staff are absent, it means fewer staff covering those larger areas, which compromises both safety and well-being of the students. This just emphasizes the importance of having enough supervisors to effectively manage a large school with a growing student population.
Elizabeth Moreno.
Good evening, members of the board. Potter. My name is Elizabeth Moreno, and I am the school administrative assistant at Ocean View Hills. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I stand before you not just as an advocate for myself and my colleagues, but as someone who deeply cares about the success of our students, our school, and our community. We are a team of dedicated professionals who take huge pride in the work we do. We love what we do. We love our school, and we are passionately committed to serving our community in the best way possible. For years, our staff has consistently gone above and beyond to meet the diverse and growing needs of our students. We have taken on additional responsibilities, managed larger student populations, and included challenges that have required us to stretch ourselves further, often putting in double, if not triple, the amount of work compared to the other school sites in our district. Despite these efforts, we are compensated the same as the schools that might not carry the same workload as us. To give you a clearer picture of the amount we handle in the office, the amount of work we handle in the office, some of our responsibilities include processing registrations for over 1,000 students, inputting daily tardies, answering phone calls, managing daily attendance, responding to emails, and ensuring monthly supplies for over 50 teachers. On top of this, we average 20 staff absences daily, and making sure all positions are covered is no easy task. I handle monthly payroll for over 500 absences a month, along with deadlines and no extensions or extra time to complete these tasks. This is just to name a few of the tasks we manage on top of the constant flow of students, staff, and adults who come into the office for assistance daily. Additionally, we have 43 preschoolers on our campus, and their families regularly call or stop by our office, which adds to the already overwhelmingly daily workload, which we happily help. We believe in fairness and equity, not only for our students, but for ourselves as professionals. The workload we have been managing is not sustainable without support. This year in particular, we have seen an extraordinary increase in the demands placed on us. And while we continue to rise to the occasion, it is only fair that our compensation reflects our true efforts. We are not asking for recognition simply for the sake of it. We are asking for a stipend to acknowledge the years of additional work we have done and the significantly increased demands we face now and have been facing for years. This would help ensure that we can continue to maintain the high standards we set ourselves, our students, and our community. May I finish? Thank you. We love our work. We are proud of what we do, but we also need your support to ensure that we can sustain the level of excellence our school has come to be known for. We respectfully ask that you consider providing us with a site that reflects the real additional work we are doing. We trust in your sense of fairness, and we thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Ana Guzman.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Potter. My name is Ana Guzman, and I happily work at Ocean View High School. I am here because I would like to express some concerns that have recently come up at my school, making my job somewhat difficult to manage. Due to the high number of students enrollment and the growing population of our community, I am asking for some extra support for my position as a current enrollment. This year, our school has grown in size and it has impacted my workload. If we compare the current enrollment numbers from our school to other school sites from our school district, we will confirm that our school is the highest in enrollment. This has always been the case. However, this year our school has grown and continues to grow. This has made my workload grow significantly, and it only continues to make it more challenging for me to assist staff and students in a timely manner. For example, I spent all summer delivering curriculum material. I deliver at least a minimum of 14 boxes to each classroom. That is over 800 boxes. While other school sites barely deliver half of what I do. Not to mention the rest of materials that come in late, and I still have to deliver to each teacher. On top, having to see 8 to 10 teachers a day and scanning over about 400 books a day, checking in and out daily. On top of that, I am required to keep track of Chromebooks, maintain a perfect inventory in Destiny, try to engage our students in AR reading challenges, assist teachers with resources and supplemental materials, and maintain a well-organized library environment that will support our students and staff, just to name a few of the things I do daily. I find it unfair that I am required to do all of this work
same work that all other Ysidros are required to do with only schools half my size, but with only one. Trust me when I say I love my job in my school, and all I ask is for some support to be able to perform my job duties while being able to provide teachers and students with the support that they deserve. I would like to thank Ms. Mesa for the support and understanding she provides. I please ask the board and Dr. Potter to take this petition into consideration and to please consider providing our site with extra support that is needed as our site enrollment continues to grow daily. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Miriam Lopez. 5 minutes will speak also in Spanish. Buenas tardes. Nosotros formamos parte de la cafetería de Ocean View. Empezaré con el número de lonches que se preparan diariamente. 200 para el desayuno, 800 para el lonche, 400 para el programa de innovación. En total, aproximadamente 1,400 lonches diarios. En este momento somos trabajadoras y Darí. ¿Por qué? Una compañera fue prestada a otra escuela y otra más está lastimada. En ocasiones tenemos una sustituta que nos viene a ayudar y es por algunas horas y los días que se encuentre disponible solamente. Aquí nuestra preocupación es que nos podamos lastimar, sufrir algún accidente. ¿Por qué? Porque en ocasiones realizamos hasta 2 o 3 actividades a la vez para poder cubrir las necesidades. Un ejemplo, el lonche se está sirviendo de las 10:45 a la 1 de la tarde. 2 personas sirven, una más está en la puerta y en la barra de alimentos, como podemos lo realizar. Esperamos poder contar con su apoyo para poder brindar un mejor servicio a los estudiantes de calidad. Muchas gracias. Es Ileana Rubio, Giovanni Rubio, pasa.
Para yo, para la escuela, una hija en clase especial, o que se pueden como checar especial. He ido a otras escuelas a checar y pienso que tiene más mejoras que esta escuela. Estaría saber, pedirles por favor que si pueden checar. Esta escuela está recibiendo los recursos adecuados. Quizás hace falta más recursos. Y también me gustaría que si hubiera algo de seguridad en la escuela. Ya han sucedido 2 accidentes para la seguridad de nuestro. Llevan varias veces en este año que un estado de lockout. Pues eso es muy preocupante para los papás. Tenemos varios hijos. Y eso es San Ysidro. Pienso que hay como más violencia. Estaría que checaran eso. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Tenemos a Grecia, a Puntes y Claudia Rentería. Yo creo que Pablo va a leerlo de parte de ella.
I'm gonna read on behalf of my coworkers, Grecia Montes and Claudia Renteria. They asked me to read up there. So, they wrote, I am writing to request additional support for the health office due to the current high volume of activity. Our office has been exceptionally busy. We're finding it challenging to manage the increased workload with our current staff levels. In addition, aside from the pupils who have a medical condition, our school has over 1,000 students, and we see about 60 students daily at the health office. We are concerned that in the event of an emergency, we will not be able to attend to all of these students who report to parents because of the large number of students. I personally take care of 5 diabetics. 2 of them are first graders, and they constantly need my assistance, aside from the second grader who has frequent blood sugar fluctuations throughout the day. And the health clerk works alone in the health office during peak hours. We do not have enough time to attend to all the children, follow up with parents regarding incidents, or follow up regarding medical documentation, include health information and synergy, or write daily incident reports. Due to the large number of students with medical conditions who require medication and for whom we must maintain current documentation, it can be challenging to stay on top of things, stay current with the documentation because there are constantly new situations arising. We experienced instances where we had to call for assistance due to an issue involving a wheelchair while I was with a student who had a medical condition and the health clerk had to take the wheelchair outside while the health office was crowded with students. In order to ensure that we continue to provide timely and effective care to all students, we will greatly appreciate any additional assistance any additional assistance or resources you could provide. It would make a significant difference in our ability to maintain the quality of service we strive to deliver. Thank you. Signed, Grecia Gundes, LPN, and Claudia Renteria, health clerk. Health. And my fellow classified co-workers asked me to deliver to you, Madam President, a daily health log, 3 days of the students they saw in a period of only 3 days. And it's, as you can see, it's, they said it's a minimum 6.
That student needs and information are redacted.
Thank you. Gracias. The next one is Christian Cruz.
evening, board members, Dr. Potter. My name is Cristian Cruz. I'm a student at Ocean View Hills. I hope this message finds you well. Staff at OVH to bring to your attention the challenges that we are currently facing due to the significant increase in the number of students at our school. This rise in student numbers has been particularly in areas like the cafeteria and kitchen, where the amount of trash cleanup has grown greatly due to the increased number of meals served to both students at the YMCA and Innovación. Each day, we ensure that the cafeteria is cleaned after serving lunch for over 1,000 students. However, in the afternoon, an additional 360 students in the after-school programs utilize not only the cafeteria, but over 35 classrooms, the library, restrooms, and the teacher lounge. This number of students is equivalent to the population of the like La Mirada, for example, during a regular lunch hour, adding a significant workload to our daily duties. Despite this increase, the additional work involving cleaning these spaces after that program has not been factored or scheduled or compensated. Since last month, we have been managing this extra work without receiving additional pay. We are aware that other schools within the district with fewer students in their after programs are providing an additional pay from Monday through Thursday for the after-school program cleaning duties. We respectfully request that this same consideration be extended to our custodial team at OVH, given the size of our after-school program and the additional work required. We would greatly appreciate your support in addressing this issue and ensuring that our efforts are fairly compensated moving forward. I would also like to thank you for this opportunity to thank you sincerely for the hard work you do for our district, community, and our students. Your dedication is vital to the well-being of all of us. Thank you for your time and understanding. We look forward to your assistance in resolving this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Angélica Martínez. Abigail Espinosa.
Hola, buenas tardes. Miembros de la Junta Directiva, mi nombre es Espinosa. Vengo representando a mi hijo Darío Sánchez. Vengo a hacerles saber algunas inquietudes y desacuerdos y situaciones difíciles que está viviendo mi hijo. Mi hijo se llama Darío Sánchez. Tiene autismo severo, nivel 3. Es un niño no verbal. Mi hijo, desde el 29 de julio de este año, mi hijo no ha tenido maestro. Me comunicó desde antes de que empezara el ciclo escolar que iban a tener maestro, cual no me han cumplido. Se realizó el IB con un equipo en el cual nos hemos dado cuenta que no han cumplido lo que nos prometieron. No está teniendo las horas que debería tener de speech, de OT, y no se le está dando el cuidado adecuado. Ha llegado con moretes en los muslos, ha llegado sin comer, no le dan de comer apropiadamente, él necesita la ayuda necesaria. También ha llegado descuidado con la ropa sucia en la pintura. Son situaciones que no deberían estar sucediendo, dado que mi hijo es un niño con autismo severo y creo que ningún niño. Entonces, quisiera que se hiciera algo y también quisiera que la persona que está al mando de la escuela se comunicara conmigo, porque creo que me he hecho entender de muchas maneras, mensajes, textos, correo, en las cuales le estoy pidiendo que se le dé a mi hijo lo que ellos propusieron en el aire. Muchas gracias.
Karina Robles.
Can I read my message in English? Good evening, members of the San Ysidro School District Board and Superintendent Gina Potter. My name is Karina Robles, and I am the mother of a special ed student at Willow Elementary School. And I'm standing here again today to share serious issues that have been occurring at my son's school and interfering with his well-being, safety, and education. My main concern is that for the past 3 years, I have been reporting incidents of bullying caused by students that are part of my son's special education class. And until now, serious incidents keep happening. At the end of the school year, of the last school year, I submitted multiple complaints about bullying from students, including physical aggression, such as kicks, bites, slaps, and getting a keyboard thrown at him in the back of his head. Beginning of the school year, I had to go to meeting after meeting, begging and requesting for an effective solution to the incidents that interfere with my son's education and well-being, and never received one, which is why my son is still being bullied and hurt. One student in particular this year has been bullying, following, and harassing my son nonstop since kindergarten, even when they weren't in the same classroom. My son has never returned any aggression. This student has hit my son on the head with a 3-pound kettlebell weight, kicked him in the stomach, and slapped him in the face during sci-fi class. On last Friday, this student stole my son's lunch bag and ran away with it. When my son ran to get it back, he fell and significantly hurt his leg. This morning, I had to pick up my son because this same student walked up to him and hit him in the face again for no reason, making my son to lose instructional time. After this incident, I went to the office to pick him up and I was asking if I wanted to move him to another school. That was the solution they offered to me. My emails to principal at Willow have been ignored. Emails regarding incidents and bullying since last year have been ignored. The principal of our principal, the new principal, is not there. We don't get to see her in the mornings or afternoons, especially when this type of incident occurs. So we're asking that her presence is more visible and that she's available for parents, because when we have a concern, we have to make an appointment and we get it like 3 days later. So especially with these concerns, we're asking that her presence and that she fulfills her job. Well, I am also asking the San Ysidro School District to implement their bullying policies, that staff are properly trained on how to handle situations like this, and that proper disciplinary actions take place. Once again, creating your bullying policy. Staff at Willow show a lack of interest and care whenever incidents like this occur, and reports from staff are omitted unless I explicitly request them. Thank you for your time.
Do you have enough time?
I just wanted to read something about the safety around Willow. Another concern I have is regarding safety around the school. Every morning I walk my son to school, and every day we'll see all kinds of people who are on substances, homeless, and severely mentally ill. We've seen homeless men waving around metal poles and other objects. To name a few incidents that have occurred around the school, there has been a murder in front of Willow, cases of domestic violence, multiple cases of arrest. As a parent, I can't have peace of mind at home knowing that my son is at a school that is constantly at risk. Once again, I am here to request that these reports and concerns are taken seriously, because not only I, but several other parents at Willow and from other schools in the district that I have spoken with share similar concerns. Superintendent Gina Potter, Mr. Oscar Madera, Mr. Bohorquez, board members and principal at Willow Elementary, Ms. Myrna Cerda, also Mr. Iniguez, I ask you to please come up with solutions to ensure the safety of students at Willow and all students in the San Ysidro School District. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Representative Ysidro.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking today on behalf of many parents and families who feel unheard in the decisions being made in our district. It's alarming that from a 100,800 LCAP meaningful parent engagement, none of it is designated for meaningful parent engagement. The cancellation of meetings like coffee with the principals has limited our opportunities to voice concern and collaborate. It feels as though our participation isn't valued, and that needs to change. I also want to address the raise for Dr. Gina Potter to $300,000 a year. With schools in desperate need of resources and high suspension rates at Ysidro Middle School, for example, it increases our students' needs, more teachers, better programs, stronger support systems, not higher administrative salary. The promotion of Mr. Bojorquez to Assistant Superintendent of Student Services is also concerning. Though he's been with the district for over 30 years, longevity isn't enough. His lack of special education experience and defensiveness when questioned about support for English learners raises red flags. We need leadership that prioritizes students' needs. Lastly, the 2023 LCAP survey revealed critical issues. Only 24% of staff and 36% of parents rated our facilities positively, and 40% of students have experienced harassment, bullying, with 50% seeing weapons on campus. Our children deserve better. That's why I'm asking for you to support to reconsider the policy preventing the formation of a PTA. A PTA would give parents a stronger voice to improve communication, safety, and accountability in our schools. Lastly, I want to thank the Director of Early Education, Mrs. Pretzer, for doing everything with love. Thank you for bringing so much effort into making our CDC Smile a better place for our students and families, and for working collaboratively with parents. She may be new in San Ysidro, but she is a great asset to our community. Shout out to Ms. Yadira Martinez and her students for winning class of perfect attendance at the CDC Smile, and shout out to the parents who show up for their kids every day. They have a sign outside of their classroom door that says awesome attendance. Polly the bird is at the parrot is at their classroom, and all those students receive the gift certificate for Little Caesars. Great incentives, we have to start them young. Way to go, Ms. Pretzer. She's a great example of a balance between doing her job and listening to her community, all while encouraging parent participation and input. Thank you for not canceling your meeting and for offering it via Zoom for the working parent. Lastly, for making us feel heard, respected, and letting us have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenia Perazo. You'll be speaking in English and then in Spanish.
Yes. Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm here tonight to address the urgent need for secure schools for our special education students. This is not just about physical safety, it's about ensuring every staff member is fully trained to meet the unique challenges these children face. To start, we must implement CPI, Crisis Prevention Institute trainings. Unlike ABA, which is not the proper certified training that everyone needs, CPI emphasizes that physical intervention should be a last resort, only used in urgent situations. The lack of this crucial training has led to mistreatment and unnecessary restrictions to our special education students, stemming from outdated protocols that must be updated immediately. Furthermore, we need stricter safety protocols across the board to tackle harassment, bullying, and even the presence of weapons on campus.
These protocols must be regularly reviewed to ensure their effectiveness with adjustments made as needed. It's not just about having rules in place. It's about making sure they are working and evolving to meet the needs of our students. We also need transparency about the existing training programs. I'd like to collaborate as I have before again, and I'm eager to work together again to ensure these proper practices are implemented and effective. In our SDC classes, especially at places like Willow Elementary and Sunset Elementary, we need specialized educators who are consistent and knowledgeable. We must stop rotating substitutes who lack the proper expertise to work with special education kids. Our students deserve stability and quality education, which can only be provided by dedicated plant-based special education teacher. To attract and retain these educators, fair compensation is essential. Instead of prioritizing raises for higher positions in the district, we should be investing in these teachers who are so critically needed in our schools. Additionally, it is important to provide ongoing training for staff and community members on recognizing and responding to safety issues. We need a clear timeline for implementing these solutions and regular updates to the community on our progress. Accountability mechanisms should also be established to monitor those responsible for maintaining and improving our facilities and safety protocols. In conclusion, I urge you to take immediate action, implement CPI trainings, enforce stricter safety protocols, ensure transparency in current training programs, stop rotating unqualified substitutes, hire the specialized educators we need, and establish accountability for safety and facility improvements. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you. I'll continue in Spanish. Thank you. Buenas noches, estimados miembros de la Junta. Estoy aquí esta noche para abordar la urgencia de necesidad para garantizar escuelas seguras para nuestros estudiantes de educación especial. Esto no se trata solo de seguridad física, se trata de asegurar que cada miembro del personal esté completamente capacitado para enfrentar los desafíos únicos que enfrentan estos niños. Para empezar, debemos implementar la capacitación de CPI, Prevención de Crisis y de Institución. A diferencia del ABA, que no es la capacitación certificada adecuada que todos necesitan, CPI enfatiza que la intervención física debe ser el último recurso, solo utilizada en situaciones urgentes. La falta de esta capacitación crucial ha llevado al maltrato y a restricciones innecesarias sobre nuestros estudiantes de educación especial, derivadas de protocolos obsoletos que deben actualizarse de inmediato. Además, necesitamos protocolos de seguridad más estrictos en todos los ámbitos para abordar el caso, la intimidación e incluso la presencia de armas en el campus. Estos protocolos deben de revisarse regularmente para garantizar su efectividad con ajustes según sea necesario. No se trata solo de tener reglas establecidas, sino de asegurarse de que funcionen y evolucionen para satisfacer las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes. También necesitamos transparencia sobre los programas de capacitación existentes. Me gustaría colaborar como lo he hecho antes y nuevamente. Estoy ansiosa por trabajar juntos de nuevo para garantizar y implementar prácticas efectivas. En nuestras clases, Special Day Class, de día especial, especialmente en lugares como la primaria Willow y la primaria Sunset, necesitamos educadores especializados que sean conscientes y estén bien informados. Debemos dejar de rotar sustitutos que carecen de la experiencia adecuada para trabajar con niños de educación especial. Nuestros estudiantes merecen estabilidad y una educación de calidad. que solo pueden ser proporcionadas por maestros de educación especial comprometidos y capacitadas. Para atraer y retener estos educadores es esencial una compensación justa, en lugar de priorizar aumentos salariales para puestos más altos en el distrito, debemos invertir en estos maestros que son tan crucialmente necesarios en nuestras escuelas. Además, es importante proporcionar capacitaciones continuas al personal y a los miembros para la comunidad sobre cómo reconocer y responder a los problemas de seguridad. En conclusión, les insisto a que tomen medidas inmediatas, implementen la capacitación de CPI, refuercen los protocolos de seguridad, aseguren la transparencia en los programas de capacitación actuales y dejen de rotar sustitutos no calificados. Contraten a los educadores especializados que necesitamos y establezcan responsabilidad por la seguridad y las mejoras en las instalaciones. Nuestros estudiantes merecen nada menos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Fernanda Ríos.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and everyone here this evening. My name is Fernanda Rios, and I am a secretary for 154 CSD. I am here tonight to request from the board to think twice on filling Mr. Little's assistant superintendent position. CSEA has brought up the concern about having 2 assistant superintendents in such a small district. And now, as we have heard in several board meetings regarding the district's budget reduction plan, this is the perfect way in saving the district. We are tired of our positions being frozen constantly and still having to find out a way to do our jobs, as you all heard earlier today. The work still needs to get done. We have frozen positions in campus aides, outreach consultant, LVN, and the list could go on, but the work still needs to get done. But the district would rather spend money, a 6-figure salary, and filling that position. I'd like the board to reconsider appointing anyone to Mr. Little's current position. And I would like the board to consider freezing that position and putting that money into use in the schools where we are lacking personnel. Thank you.
Marta Amas.
Martin.
I'm sorry, Martin.
Hello, Dr. Potter and board here. My name is Martin Arias. I'm a former employee of the district attorney's office. I'm part of the team that brought the restorative practices training here in 2019. And today we heard a lot about the public safety issues and public safety concerns that are going on in the district. And so I also wanted to just briefly side note, I am now an employee of the Sussex River County Clerk's Office and the taxpayer advocate there. And really, I wanted to offer more of a solution to a lot of the issues that we heard about today. The county continues to have a lot of resources available. The district attorney's office continues to have a lot of resources available, such as public safety talks that can absolutely be a resource for parents here. And I wanted to extend that. I know the county offers a no wrong door policy. And so as an employee of the County of San Diego, I want to extend that to the district so that we can better our district here.
Thank you. Carla Montañez, Meta.
Good evening, board members, staff, superintendent, and community. First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Little on his retirement. I also want to thank the board for one of our employees that started their instructor training for bus driving. So I do think that needs to be recognized. I'm here to ask that you reconsider appointing somebody to Mr. Little's position. We have been asking for, I think, many board meetings about employee trainings, especially instructional healthcare assistant, instructional aides, behavior therapists come from the outside community. They're contracted out, but I don't think the board has ever considered having our own aides be behavior therapists. If you look into those, which I have, looked into those behavior therapists, their only degree is online. Everything is online. They don't attend the school. They don't do community service. Everything is online. So I think this would be ideal for our own instructional assistants. Also, we've asked the board for those to be or to attend hiring fairs, because every time the district tells us that nobody has applied for instructional healthcare, LVN, OCs, all these positions, but yet we're not those hiring fairs. Anybody could be there, right? Another point is every time we ask about those frozen positions, which Fernanda, the only, I guess, quote that is said to us is we're on a budget reduction plan. Always said to us we're on a budget reduction. Yet here we are opening a new position, which is a retiring person, which we've came several times saying that we are a small district and we only need one assistant superintendent. I'm also asking here, Ocean View Hills, the enrollment has gone up. We need more office staff. They, IMRA, OC, custodians, instructional aides, instructional healthcare assistants, CNS, campus security, and the list goes on. Also, our gardeners, we only have 4 of them. 3 are regular gardeners and 1 a lead. There's 10 sites. Yet here we are having 2 assistant superintendents. Again, I also want to bring to your attention that we have also done our part. We don't just come and ask. Fernanda, Daniel, Irene, and myself have spoken with Southwestern College. We made an agreement to bring classes to our members, classified. That's in the works. Now I ask that you do your part. And you also look into the behavior therapist. You also look into opening the positions for special ed. You also look into Ocean View Hills enrollment and how they need more support. So here I am thanking you. I think we've always collaborated. Every time I ask, you know, you will at least try. And I ask that you try. Okay. Thank you, CSEA President for Chapter 151.
Well, testing,
We're on item 12, items from the board and superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start off by saying, the 2017-2018 academic year was a big year for, I think, all of us, myself included. It started with, my son entering kindergarten, back at Smythe Elementary. And I think, Ms. Rosario alluded to the fact that I think it's no secret there was turmoil going on at the time, both the district and then go down to the school site. That's the main reason that I'm sitting up here tonight. And as a result of some of that turmoil and I guess some of the noise that I made then, I was fortunate to be asked to be part of two, before I was elected, be part of a community panel, two important hires that year. The first one, the result of that process, is Dr. Potter at the end of the table. And the other one was Mr. Good. At the time, mine went through some very personal things. And I remember when I was asked and we were told there was 3 finalists, I thought to myself, there's no way we're gonna hire an outside. But then Mr. Little sat across from us. He plopped down his resume after the probably 30 minutes that we spent going back. And I'm glad that we were able to put personal things aside and so thank you for your service. Then I have 2 things. One of the reasons I like to visit school sites is because a lot of times there are actions that we take that we never see put in action. Get out to visit school sites. And a lot of times things work in reverse. School sites put things into action and we need to see those. So last month, I saw the National Guard announcements. I remember when I went through ROTC college, and I remember them telling us that in order to get academy positions, you know, we started looking at the middle school level. But we saw the National Guard at the school house, recruiting earlier. And what is that? Today we have an item where we've got the California National Guard Counter Drug Task Force, bringing them in as a partner. And because of budget impacts, not only impact schools, but also municipalities, a lot of times our local law enforcement partners are, they can't send their officers into school to help us with different things because they need them out on patrol. So the California National Guard program that backfills some of these support programs like DARE and Red Ribbon Week and stuff like that. And I'm glad to see that the very last item on tonight's agenda is the formality to put that march in place. And I appreciate the Guard for doing that. And then the other thing I saw enacted, I always talk about professional development, and there are some things that again the board or the administration provides, but it's always good to see when a school site, you know, they bring in something, especially when it's a no cost district, that helps even more. So at Smythe, I was able to cycle into one in particular that I thought was cool that many people probably think that I should do. But they had the National Conflict Resolution Center teaching the teachers the art of inclusive communication. And I thought that was really cool. So I'm glad to be out visiting school sites and seeing those kinds of things to action. Thank you.
Are we going in a row? Okay. Evening, thank you, Mr. Viles, for hosting us this evening. We know these meetings can run a little bit late. We apologize for our tardiness today, keeping parents and community members waiting. We're going to try not to do that in the future. We'll just go back to our closed session after, hopefully. But I do appreciate all the comments this evening. You know, things like this are important for us to hear. You know, as board members, there's a fine line with interference with what all of our staff members do here, because we've had board members in the past that sometimes would harass our staff members. And so I don't speak for all of my fellow board members, but I try to be very careful in being respectful of your workspace and your personal space. So with that said, I don't want to ever to
I'm not approachable. But I feel like we're coming onto the cusp of a new season. I know that there's new challenges. There's new restrictions, there's new allowances coming down, state level, federal level, but I feel like we still have room to grow, we still have room to improve. I think every school district does. We don't pretend to have it perfect, but I think one thing that we try really hard here to cultivate is a climate of respect for what everyone does here. And I don't think anyone gets it right 100% of the time, but we do have to try. You know, no one expects perfection, but we can aim for perfection, you know, especially in this environment where teachers are at stake, people's livelihoods are affected. It's a big deal. So never hesitate or think that, you know, we're not going to listen. We're here to listen and we're here to find solutions. So onward and upward, it's a big year for San Ysidro. There could be a lot of changes. It's what comes down the hatch. So but it's been great to get out to the school sites again. There was a lot of, I think, of traumatic experiences several years ago, and I think it's changed. I think, you know, I was always careful not to make anyone feel like they were being analyzed by me, because let's face it, you are educational and site experts. You are the engine of all of the school sites in the district. So it's important that when we come out, you know, we're coming in humility, I come in humility, but we're looking forward to new things and new habits and changes. And that's all I have. And Mr. Little, I need to mention Mr. Little. I echo Rudy's comments. I wasn't sure, I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning. Because I know that, you know, our community is very tight-knit, don't like outsiders. But you know, you've really proven to be a caring soul. I learned from watching you that kindness goes a lot farther. Really appreciate all that you've done here.
Good evening and thank you. I know it's late and just want to say thank you to Ms. Ceballos and your school staff for hosting us and all the principals who are here, all the personnel from the district, all the personnel from our unions, all the parents who come and let us hear your concerns. We do listen, and as much as we'd like to say tomorrow everything is going to be fixed, I know sometimes it took 40 years for me to finally see the light. I'm not saying it's going to take 40 years to resolve many of these problems, but I wish money wouldn't be everything, but it is. School districts, and I remember I wish I had all these parents coming to school boards 20, 25 years ago when we had probably 10 administrators up at the district office. There were so many people working up there that I know they were taking long lunches, because I would run into them at restaurants, and not cheap McDonald's, nothing McDonald's cheap, I'm saying cheap food. They were at high restaurants. My husband would happen to take me out to lunch, and I'd run into these people, tech people, administrators, and I was like, what are you doing here when you should be at the district? Well, there was just too many of them. I have to say, I understand when we're looking at budgets and how we can distribute to go where it needs. But you have to have leadership. Without leadership, we don't have quality education at our schools. And I'm talking as a teacher who will always be a teacher. Curriculum is critical to success at any district in our world, period. And you have to know curriculum, you have to understand how to go out into the schools and make sure that accountability that our students are provided top-notch curriculum. And we know it's recommended by the state, it's approved by the state, and our school, it is our job to make sure the curriculum is in the classroom. Teachers are trained, staff are trained, parents are given workshops to understand the curriculum that we use by administrators or by the teachers in the classroom. And you have to understand that that takes a lot of work. You have to be in connection with our county office of education, with the State Department of Education. So yes, as we would all love to say the superintendent can take care of it all, you know, even as a family, there's many people that help get stay together. It's not one person. It does take, and I know in today's world, you might say 300,000 is a lot of money. We've had superintendents here who got paid more than that years ago and nobody complained. And they did nothing. But come in here and take that money and run off with it. Dr. Potter has been here almost 7 years. And I think, and know it takes a lot of work and it takes all of us. But I need to say that if tomorrow we could resolve all the concerns, we would. I really think it is important that we sit down and we look at Ocean View. It is double or triple the size of many of our schools. And we need to come with solutions soon. Because it is asking on 2 administrators leaving the school and then everybody else. I can't even imagine how your day goes. Yet I know you have great students who follow through and they're there every day, learn, a lot of parental support as we have in all our schools. But I really feel that we're going to need to sit down, staff, our administration, and we need to look at how we can give support to this school that needs it yesterday. And I'm really glad that people come forward, because if we don't hear it, then obviously we think, well, everybody can handle it, right? Being on top, the largest cake, that's fine, but it doesn't work that way. It is exhausting and burnout is real. So I just think that we do need Dr. Potter to sit down, get our school, and find ways to start making, even if there's small steps, but we need to give support. Especially if you're seeing 60 children in a nurse's office in one day. It's really tough. Especially if you have kid number 70 who needs to be seen and he didn't get a chance because it was a long wait. When I go to Kaiser, they tell me my appointment is at 9, I don't get seen till 11. It does get frustrating. I just want to thank everybody for doing what you're doing with what you have, but I know we need more. And I think we can find some solutions to get started, because we can't wait 40 years. But you have to know that this board is holding everybody accountable. And we're holding ourselves accountable to know what's going on. I really feel that this board knows what's going on in all the schools. But what we don't see and we don't hear, please let us know. Tell us. Send us emails. We read them, yes, we don't respond. But we do have conversation. And so we thank you for doing that. And I just want to say, Mr. Little, again, thank you. I think it was a beautiful tribute to you. I know one of the pictures I didn't share that one, but some of your hobbies were dancing, and I hope you get to dance a lot. Now that you're on break, he is a dynamic dancer. Yes, he is as quiet as you see him. Straight with that. But anyways, you know, I know it's a good feeling to have an opportunity to do that. And that's what our district, we work together. We might get mad at each other. We might just say, you're not doing anything. And we're easy back to judge and back to criticize and back to say you're doing it all wrong. But what about when you're doing it right? And a lot of you are doing it right. Most of you, all of you are doing it right. But we do need to help Ocean View, because the 2 dynamic leaders there, I don't even know how your face still looks fresh and your hair looks fresh. I never did at the end of the day. I was very mentally exhausted, but I went home, rest, and the next morning I was ready to go. Why? We're here for who? Our children, in their best interests. And we have to be the role models. We have to be the role models. I wasn't talking about the STAR students, but I think somebody else. I thank you very much.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank Mrs. Herrera Ceballos and Mr. Bandy. Are you still here? Oh, there you are. Thank you for hosting us. It seems like we are here consistently, but I just want to say thank you for hosting us and thank you for what you do. I do want to address the issues from CSEA. first, because I think it's extraordinarily important. I do wanna, Carla, if you can do me a big favor, everyone that left, can you tell them, thank you for coming in and speaking, because that's the way we know as a board what we need to improve on. And frankly, it's extraordinarily important that we address those issues ASAP. So I'd like to recommend to our admin team to meet with CSEA, whoever it might be, to address these issues one by one. I also agree with you absolutely that when it comes to the budget reduction plans, it shouldn't be at the backs of CSEA. It shouldn't be at the backs of our teachers. So let's address that. Let's think creatively on how we can find money to address your needs. And frankly, I'd like to keep updated on that. If you can let me know or what's going on, I really want to know, and I want to take a proactive approach, again, to direct staff to deal with these issues one by one and make sure the needs of CSEA are addressed. And I'd like to say, let's see if we can meet next week, hopefully, or maybe tomorrow, if you're available. But let's set the time and let's do it so we can get check mark by check mark, getting these things done. And that's extraordinary. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I'm going to embarrass him. My good friend Christian Fuentes, who's over here. For Christian, raise your hand. He was a student at San Ysidro Middle School, and was it Willow, Christian? Sims, you're at Sims. So he is a community leader, and he came up to me the other day and he said, Antonio, you know what you need to do? You need to make sure that the curriculum at our middle schools coincide with the curriculum at Sweetwater High School. Because he mentioned that, for example, his sister, who is currently a student at San Ysidro High School, she's apparently a genius in math, yet the curriculum from our math middle schools don't necessarily coincide with our Sweetwater. So I'd like to, as an ongoing big project, to see if we can even do a joint meeting with Sweetwater, or even have a time to meet with the SU to have a way to coincide our curriculum to ensure that the students that are advanced in math or advanced in science or advanced in whatever they're advanced on, that they're able to continue their academic careers successfully without the burden of taking the same course once they get to high school. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, Christian, so thank you so much for bringing that up, buddy. The other thing I wanted to thank is Mr. Busiaga, who I'm going to thank later. But I want to thank him for hosting us for the Starlight Student Celebration. And I also want to thank Mrs. English. I don't know if she's here today, but others who are also hosting us for the Starlight Student Celebration. Both of you are awesome. I have to tell you that obviously I know that we're offering extra programs for our students, but I could tell you that just seeing it in action, particularly with Mr. Busiaga, with the Lego class to deal with engineering. And then Mrs. English, it was the actual Eagle News, which she sent me a clip of their actual, like, they're doing journalism. And I am so impressed with it. I was actually intrigued for the next set of volumes. So if y'all can send that to me, Mrs. English, I'd love to see it. And frankly, I'm so impressed. And really, that's the type of work that makes me so proud. So I just want to thank both of you. And I know we're going to be doing rotating work, we're rotating schools, so this is just the beginning. Well, I can tell you, Carla is, I can tell you, I'm so impressed with I mean, these kids are going to be engineers because of the work that you're doing there. And I could just see that happening. And frankly, I just want to say thank you to everyone involved. Yeah. There's one, well, I was so thankful. I'll look to Mr. Little right now. One of my favorite people in this whole world is here in this meeting. And I tell you, when I think about my top 10, it's my grandma, it's my girlfriend, it's my, and you know who it is? Mrs. Busiaga, who's here with us today. I can tell you, she's one of the kindest, loveliest people I've ever met in my life. Top 10 in the other people that I love in this world. So I just want to let you know that. Mrs. Burciaga, I always enjoy our conversations. Gracias por todo. Estoy muy orgulloso que estás aquí, que está aquí usted con nosotros. Thank you. And then obviously we're going to end with Mr. Little. Mr. Little, I actually loved you from the beginning. The moment I found out that you knew more than 3 languages, I knew this is a scholar. He is someone that is going to do great. I really appreciate you. And I really appreciate you not just for the work that you've done at Smite, but also in our admin team. You're going to be missed. We love you. I'm going to miss our political discussions. I'm going to tell you that. Maybe we can have one after this. But I'm going to tell you this, that we're going to definitely miss you. And we love you here. And this is always going to be your home. And I want you to know that. And on that note, I just want to end again, going back to CSEA. I really would like an update on that as soon as possible. Let's meet together. Let's start addressing those issues and let's get it done. And that's it for my.
Going to be short, but I did enjoy at sunset the students that were in the Lego club. That was something. I mean, young kids, they're small children, and what they could build and do. Wow, gee, I thought I wish we would have had it this when I was in school, 20 years back. But this is how our children in our community, that opportunity to make their dreams come true. They're showing what they learn and can do. So beautiful. And I want to thank Diego for inviting me. And a very good feeling to see how these young children are going to become engineers, even maybe a board member, a superintendent, or accountant, an engineer. That's what really brings into mind. And in the La Mirada newspaper, campus A security, campus security at La Mirada is teacher with, oh my God. Class, they're doing the newspaper, but these are most 4th graders and maybe 2 5th graders. But their ability and what their dreams are and what they can do, what's going to be done with how they interview people back to school, and it's going to be put in their paper. That really tells you a lot of ability. And I'm going to tell you, some of them are special ed children. And this is an opportunity for them to not get the idea, but not only that, show what they can really dream about and become. So I think it's beautiful what these programs are bringing. And it's something new to our kids, but something that our kids need in Ysidro. It's a lot of work. This special money is there that we're using for those programs. I can't wait to see what's going to go on at the other. Also, I want to thank administration. I want to thank Ms. Banty for hosting us and the parents that were here. Yes, we do here. Yes, we try to change and help in any way we can. There is a lot of what, but there's sometimes what I thought I push you heels, and what I heard about the cafeteria, I almost went through the floor because I remember that's where I started working in the school district in the cafeteria. I know what it is. That many kids, I thought, oh my God, I would have gone. But, serve yourself. But you can't do that now. But it's very important, even for the health, because I was a health too at the school. Second job with the district. And it's not easy when you have kids that are medical and mental. And it's very important because that area has grown very much. And it's very important, even for the office staff, even for the LBM. She was pulling her hair with so many, and we need to do that responsibility. Doing the reports they have to do. That's another thing. The library, oh my God, I thought she's not on workman's comp. All the boxes and books that she has, and it's a teamwork also. So there's a lot of things that school needs that's out, and I think that we've heard it, and we know something has to be done. And I agree with Mr. Martinez. We have to sit and talk and get this, no, get them help in some way, but hear their needs and work with that and help them to understand that, yeah, maybe limited as far as funding. Gotta find a way to help security of the schools, very important. And those people that pay taxes of those houses, they do, because their children, their military children are here. That's a, you know, that we need to help for all of them and for all. So thank you all administrators that are here today. Thank you, Dr. Party, because you brought a lot of ideas and that people don't understand you or don't want to, but you brought a lot of things because a lot of people that are here, some of them were not here before, didn't know the trouble that we were in. The headache we had, things were political, but you brought a new air, you brought a new idea. Sometimes, yeah, they say, well, she's not doing the right thing, but they're not superintendent. Good job. Too bad the building you have, like I say, the eagle eye. No, even though they don't tell you, but you know. And it's good because she has a good heart. She wants to. And it's not easy work. But I know that we support a lot of things. But what the parents came and what the staff came to talk, there's things that we don't see, but you hear it. We ask, okay, get back to the desk, find out how we can help them. It's not easy. I know for Mr. Inigas, I know Mr. Borges, Mr. Little, he's gonna have a nice time. No, fully tired you. I know you went through a lot in the change, but I wish you the best because you gave something, you left something that's fine. And you left, I know, something in management because you showed them that we can do it. Finding and looking and understanding. And because of the languages you know the culture, very important for our community, especially now. So thank you for that. And I know that it's going to be hard to decide what we're going to do, your position, but there is a need. I know that there also a need with CCA saying classified about that, and there is a need for both things, but we need to understand each other and sit down and find a way that we can work together and resolve it. Because the kids are in the middle of all of this. And we care, we really care, all of us. So thank you tonight for all of you. We'll continue to speak and talk with each other and meet. Okay, Dr. Parker.
Always so hard to go last. There's so much more element. Especially. Okay. Well, we'll begin and just thank our hosts. So to our principal and vice principal, Ms. Herrera Ceballos, Mr. Bandy, your team, thank you for being such always living up to your school. Thank you for being here. I think the second most important thing to talk about is just to thank all of our speakers from this evening who took the time from your families and from your day after a long day of work up here and to share your concerns, share the concerns, but to share your gratitude as well. And I want you to know that all of us here, your governing board members and I as the superintendent, we deeply care about how you're feeling and what your concerns are. And we're very much listening to your concerns. So we do have a commitment, Carla, to you and your team to collaborate with the concerns that you promise. A few more things. One, we want to thank all of the staff members, and the principals, and our educators, and our teachers, and our classified staff. The back to school nights were amazing. And the hard work, and we were all visiting the back to school nights. Oh my gosh, every classroom was beautiful. They were so warm and welcoming, all of you, from the time I got out of my car to the time I was going to the auditorium with the principals and all the way to the classrooms with all of our staff. Thank you for hours and hours that you put in to welcome our students and families at back to school night. I also want to especially thank our gardeners. And I think is our lead gardener here, Daniel. I want to thank you, and our team. They are my and I'm going to thank each one of you because in the middle of this heat wave, they didn't stop. They were beautifying the front of San Ysidro Middle School. And it's just stunning what's happening right in front there. So I just want to say you have an incredible team. So here they are. We're going to cheer you when I'm all done saying your names. Daniel Camperos, he's the lead. Moises Camperos, Ernie Marquez, Pedro Alvarez, and Jose Cruz. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable what our schools look like because of these gardeners, and they're humble, they're like hard workers, they are unspoken heroes in our district. And I hope you get to see some of the photos in the highlights because we want you to know how much we appreciate you. And they wear these cool lifeguard hats sometimes. So they're cool too. I want to thank the MOTF team, that new artificial turf field and Dr. Iniguez at Sunset Elementary School. Oh my gosh, when I went over there, the students ran up to me, thank you for our field. And up to the board, thank you for our field. It's beautiful. And now they have the soccer lines posted on there. And so I thought, oh, I just want to play soccer. So thank you to MOTF again and to Dr. Iniguez. Thank you. We have one of the best before and after school programs in the entire county of San Diego, and it's because it's run with our own people. People like Arda runs the after school, the Innovación program at Sunset, and I think Mr. Ramos is the lead of the whole program in the district, and it kicked off about a month ago. And we've got thousands of children that go to the before and after school program with the Legos and the journalism and the sci-fi and the robotics. Just want to say for all of you, raise your hand if you are a part of the Innovación program. Raise it high and proud. Give them a clap. Thank you for all you do. We have, I think, of our, oh gosh, almost 5,000 students. We have, is it almost 3,000 students that, 2,000 students that attend. Amazing. And yes, our custodians need help. Our CNS need help because we're feeding a lot more. A successful program. All right. We want to congratulate. We've got a couple leaders in our admin team who are now leaders in a program called the Southwest Administrators Association, and they are now leaders in part of Southern San Diego County. We congratulate Erica Mesa, the new treasurer. We congratulate Eileen Elena Ceballos, the new auditor. And we congratulate Dr. Rebecca Bravo, the new committee member. And I don't have listed Mr. Booker because maybe he did Monday. Oh, he's still at, but what's your title? I see you recruited us. I see you're recruiting, good. Actuary. Sounds important. Okay. The San Ysidro Education Collaborative. There was such a shift with the Chamber of Commerce, San Ysidro, but the San Ysidro Education Collaborative has about 40 partners business partners throughout our community, and they all give back to all of our schools. And so I wanted to give you a spotlight. They are committed to staying a collaborative and partnering with our district to continue to serve our schools. So if you know Cynthia Nagur and all the leaders that are in that, give them a big clap and our Veronica. We have an incredibly dedicated group of administrators. When I first came here, we had almost 50 administrators for 7 schools. And today, I think we're down to how many? 20, I think about 23-ish, almost half what we had 2018, 2019. And so, you know, I always say to Marilyn, I love your hair. Because when she started in 2018, it was really very dark. But now it's beautiful. She has the best, the whole, But I'm so grateful to our administrative team, a small but mighty team. They worked countless hours. And they finished their Leadership Academy final day a few weeks ago with the State Board of Education, NCUST, National Center for Urban School Transformation, Executive Director, Dr. Francisco Escobedo. And he was one of our trainers. And so it was just such an honor to have state leader in education train our highly trained team. They work countless hours. And I always say when people see me, that's what makeup's. I hope to God, I'm not tired. And then I want to finally, let's see, no, not finally. Miss Christina Zunza kicked off the English as a second language classes program at our parent center. Thank you. First 2 schools to have the star student spotlights. It was, who went first? Of course, Mr. Brisiaco went first. And just amazing to be able to recognize your students in the LEGO program. With all doing this amazing work there for students. And then we traveled over to La Mirada. And I thought we were there really recognizing the Eagle and News. Thank you. Eagle News. Oh my gosh. They do 2-minute videos, not spotlight videos of students talking on these video clips. It's amazing. And then I find out as we're leaving that Samantha, who was their teacher, who's their after-school teacher for the program and also campus security, she played for the Jaws. Yeah, she's a professional soccer player. Yes. So just, I mean, I'm in awe of her commitment to our community. She grew up here in our community and she stays in our community and she wants to be a teacher. And as my husband says, teachers are keepers. Good luck. Good luck. So we're going to keep her. Her name's Samantha. Her name. Yeah, she plays in the center of the field. She's so, oh my gosh. And then I give to all of you because I think our HR director says that you can all go on fall break too. So we give to you, huh, Mr. Bohorquez? We give to you, he said, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You have the gift of fall break, September 23rd to October 7th. I wish you all great rest, peace. And then it's the hardest one to end with is Sister Little's. Oh. Mr. Little and I have worked together since 2001, 2024. I would just say, Mr. Little, thank you so much from you as a person. He's the most kind and the most caring human being that I know. And you're just an incredible leader. So for all the communities you served, El Centro, Lemon Grove, San Ysidro, the gift of heart that you gave to all of us, patience and kindness, your understanding, I
I wish you'd be as good of a leader. Congratulations in your retirement.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to also say, tomorrow we're having a very, very special birthday. Tina, we want to wish you a very happy birthday. When I come to pray, we're going to sing. Uno, dos, tres. Happy birthday to you. Cha, cha, cha. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Lucky you are to have a birthday on a Friday, so you can start because, boy, you're still young, girl. No,
So let's go home now.
Meeting barely started.
So we're on 13, our conference session, reports and presentation on 13.1. That would, 2020, 2024 unaudited. And that would be Mayor Lynn, our CEO.
Well, I'm trying to teach at the Innovación. But nobody wants to. It's called bookkeeping and bank reconciliation. Title. Yeah, they'll take it. Or accountants. Good evening, Board President Mrs. Lopez, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and community. Tonight, the business department will present the 23-24 unaudited actual financial report, which is the final SACS financial report for the 23-24 fiscal year. So we are officially closed for last year. The district's total combined general fund revenues were approximately $84 million. You can see LTFM makes up 68% of the revenue budget at $57.3 million. Total general fund expenditure at the end of 23-24 was approximately $89 million. Expenditures exceeds revenues by about $4.9 million. So we did experience deficit spending. On the unrestricted general fund, we overspent by a negative $426,000. On the restricted side, we fell into the negative by about $4.5 million, but this will be covered by a restricted carryover budget, or restricted grants and entitlements. To address the negative $426,000, the 1% of the recent salary increase will be funded by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And this is an accounting adjustment which requires time accounting for the multi-tiered systems of support at all sites. This is a list about some of our budget concerns and our top issues impacting our budget. So the state did implement a suspension of Proposition 98, which could impact our budget by a negative $3.8 million. The 24-25 COLA that was built into our adopted budget of 1.07%, and a decline in our ADA can impact our LCFF revenue, reduction of negative $1.1 million. We still experience the increase to our pension costs, and for 24-25, it's $300,000. Special education continues to grow. In 23-24, for the AB 602 and federal special ed grants. We did end the year, spending $12.6 million for those, categories. But the general fund contribution is $7.4 million. And in 24-25, we project special education costs to be approximately $13 million, with the general fund contribution in $8.7 million. From 18-19 to 24-25, special education budget has increased by approximately $3 million, and $1.7 million of $3 million is coming from the general fund. We have fully spent all of our state and federal stimulus fund as of June 30th, 2024. That is significantly impacting our budget. Just bringing back, still board approved 24-25 budget reduction plan. We have implemented that and continue to implement it. All the line items here are we're following every single line item on this budget reduction plan of $4.3 million. And we will be required to submit a budget reduction plan at first interim, which will look similar to this one here tonight.
So Marilyn, I want to encourage you, not encourage you. So work with CSEA regarding creative ways. The hiring freezes is not sustainable anymore, especially in old age. So if anything, before you come with us with that, I really want you to meet with them and address their issues one by one, and seeing how we can think creatively on how we're gonna obviously keep with our budget reduction plan, but not impact them as limited as possible. So, and I agree with what they said. It's not sustainable to hire freeze. The more work, the less people we have, the more work they have. So I just want to let you know that that's at least my position as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Do you have any questions on the presentation or the SAS? You want to take my class? It's a calculator, cool one, like, yeah. I just wanted to say, oh, you're welcome, thank you. Yeah.
I want to say thank you because you made possible. Not always yet, I know that's still, but because of you, we have our psychologists and social workers at peace. They're not going to be released, and that they're not going to look for other jobs in those. You made it possible, and thank you, because that impacts our kids that are in need, but we still have how many schools more? Okay, so I know you did a lot, you worked a lot. Thank you. Thank you for that. And for the school to have that opportunity to have, there's social workers and their psychologists. Thank you very much. I don't think any of us have any questions. So thank you for your presentation. So now we're down to 14. 14, general administration, and 14.1, approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of August 8th.
We have presentation.
Of San Diego County Office of Education Williams report
And Dr. Reagan.
for the 24-25 at San Ysidro Mid School. Oh, where are the? Oh. They should have been here. Yeah, okay.
So we are really happy to just recap the visit of the San Diego County Office of Education, Williams visit. And this occurred, just some background, according to Education Code, the Williams visit has to happen, I believe, the 18th, before the 18th day of instruction. So that fell around August 15th of this year, and San Ysidro Middle School was selected for the visit. And they are looking at several things. They're looking at making sure that there's sufficiency of instructional materials in all the classrooms. They look at the school accountability report card to make sure that all the required elements are there. They look at the required notifications regarding complaints and procedures are there, and they also use the facility inspection tool. They look at the restrooms and the facilities to make sure that everything's in good condition. So we're very happy. Dr. Ines and I are just going to go over the results very quickly. So here are the results. So the instruction materials survey or inventory shows sufficient materials for enrollment. And they selected about, I think the protocol was 20% of the school, and all of, let's see, there were about a team of about 80 people came in to the team. They spread out and walked the classrooms, and the students were very good. And we got many, school received many compliments on the scholarly behaviors of the students. And they were able to quickly ascertain that we did indeed have instructional materials, and they showed sufficient materials. There was also sufficient district-approved instructional materials for all students, and the inventory was adequate. And also that our school accountability report card was compliant. And then facility.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Good evening, members of the board, Madam President. So as Mr. Little said, another aspect that they look for when they visit our sites are the facilities. And the slide in front of you essentially demonstrates or breaks down the various areas. And so as you can see in all categories here, we were graded for SIMS as good, with the overall percentage being over 96%. And for those that were there with us, we did receive comments by way of that site has approved. And so the people who have inspected our school are considered experts countywide. That's why they're on this visiting team. So it was quite validating for all of the hard work that's been that particular site. And that's a very brief presentation.
So, I guess to clarify, because I want to make sure that everyone who's listening, especially online, and we have this recording, these results are not us tapping ourselves in the back, right? These are independent results from an independent, non-biased organization.
Correct. So this is a team from the San Diego County Office of Education that comes with a panel of inspectors that come, according to Education Code, that must come with before the 18th day of instruction, that come and look for sufficiency of instruction materials, inventory, and then use the instrument called the facility inspection tool to make sure that the facilities are clean and adequate based on Williams legislation.
Got it.
Yeah. And they did a fantastic job. So we'd like to congratulate SIMS. We'd like to give a special shout out, thank you to the San Ysidro Middle School administration and staff, especially our principal and Ms. Bagans, who was a big help in making sure that all the materials were there. Our MOTF staff did a job making sure that it was ready for that day. And there are a lot of people are here with us, Mr. Ramos, Rodriguez, our educational staff department, educational services, making sure that we were ready for the visit.
And with that, I did want to say, a big part of the reason why we received this grade was because now back beforehand, people like Mr. were out there
we were in that concrete. So to make sure that the concrete that keeps shifting is where it was, so it was definitely a team effort. So I wanted to put that out.
I just have one more comment. I really would like to give at our next board meeting, recognize Mr. Cambreros and his team with this thing. It's heat that's unbearable scorcher, and the fact that they were working like that, for me, it's heroes and sheroes. So let's do that.
Absolutely, but it's not just in the sun. If you're out here when it gets really cold, you're out there in the rain as well, and sometimes it's freezing out there. So yeah, absolutely. And so that concludes our presentation, but I'm gonna look over at Tara. I hope she doesn't get upset with what I'm about to do. But I did want to say, since he's up here, I now consider Russell my friend, and I'm gonna miss him. But I know everyone holds Russell well up here. But I just want to share one little story, if I could.
Yeah.
One of my absolute best things that I like about Russell is sometimes I'm his Uber driver. Sometimes. If you know me, you know I'm a very serious person. I never crack jokes. But one of the things that he lets me do with him is have fun. So sometimes, I felt like I was back in college. So I drive up to his house and pick him up, and I open the door, and as he gets close to the door, of course, very true thing, I speed up. And I make him run. And then he walks over the door, and I do the same thing, and then he starts looking at me like. Anyway, he always lets me have fun. I'm gonna miss you.
Also, I received some calls from some staff, and some of them said thank you from different schools. Thank you for the water. That's another. But it was Finnegan's, Mr. Little. The MDF, they did all the delivery of water to the schools. Sandy, who is amazing, person that makes all the deliveries, makes all. Is a hard worker and an excellent person to work with the vendors. And a personality that's way an A plus. But that's when I hear that, but I know it's directed from them and they did it. So I want to say thank you because it's good. It's good to hear that. It's nice. And it's not only for the kids also. That's the most important thing and staff. So thank you very much for that. Now, going to finance and administration, and it's 14.1. This is to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of August 4th, 2024, and the special board meeting of August 8th of 2024. Motion made by Antonio Martinez, second by Zenaida Rosario. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, that's 5-0. 14.2 is resolution number 2425 dash 0015 National Hispanic Heritage Month.
I'll second it. So, yeah.
Rosalia. And Antonio Martinez second, all in favor? Aye, 5-0. 3, open annual public hearing regarding the efficiency of instructional materials in settlement legislation.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to open up.
Motion made by Mr. Antonio, second by Leah Martinez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Reopened. 14.4. Oh, we haven't. There's no speakers? No. Okay, then I'll open. Oh, then I mean, no.
I'll make a motion, Madam President, to close the annual public hearing.
I second.
Okay, Antonio Martinez. Rosario, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. So we close it. 14.5, resolution 2425-0013, determining the sufficiency of instructional materials for fiscal year 24-25. Okay, Martinez will second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. 14.6, nominations of CSBA directors at large, Hispanic and Asian Pacific Islanders.
I'd like to nominate Rudy Lopez.
We can make we can make the motion and the second, and then we can do the nominations. And then the person who made the motion can essentially make the motion to approve the following individuals.
Okay, so we need a motion.
I'll make the motion, start the nomination process.
Okay, Antonio Martinez, seconded by.
Yes.
Nathan, all in favor?
Then we can start nominating. Yeah,
Nomination.
I'd like to nominate Rudy Lopez, CSBA Director at Large, Hispanic and Asian Pacific. And
Well, that would be, we already made the motion second. Yes, absolutely. And then we can vote.
Now, with the nomination, tonight I made the motion.
No, I make the motion to open up the nomination process. Rosario seconded. We nominated Rudy as the only one to accept that for the nomination, and then we can vote on that. Rudy, do you accept? Excellent.
Okay. Now we.
Yeah, we did. vote.
Yeah. And, yeah,
We could vote on it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 14.7. Financial report of fiscal year 23-24.
I second.
Seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 14.8, education protection account expenditure report for fiscal year 23-24. Motion. This is information. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. 14.9, resolution number 2425-0018, adopting the plan limit.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Correct, 14.9, resolution 2425-0014, for Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd to the 31st, 2024. Life is a movie. Life is a movie film. Runway. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Second, Antonio Martinez, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 14.11, resolution number 2425-0016, designating authorized representative to sign checks and orders for fiscal year 24-25. Need the motion. Yeah, seconds and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. 14.1, resolution number 2425-0017, and continuing funding application for fiscal year 25-26.
Second.
Antonio Martinez makes a motion. Yeah, seconds it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 0. Resolution 14.13, resolution number 2425-0019. Support of proposition 2, kindergarten through grade 12 and local community college public education facilities modernization. Repair and Safety Bond Act of 24.
So.
I second.
Okay, Antonio Martinez makes a motion. 7 seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0. 14.14, agreement between Matthew Badley and San Ysidro School.
I'll make the motion.
Tony makes a
Second.
motion. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 5-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Musiera, how many years were you at Sunset? 28 years, 14. Wow. So, Mr. Bambi, you're gonna be taking on some big shoes there. But you know, I think you're gonna get it. You got it. Proud of you.
Mr. Bandy, my last name is Lopez Martinez.
Don't say that word.
Yes.
So, no, we have to make the motion, the second, and then we choose the pools, and then we vote on the consent. So I'll make the motion for the consent calendar.
Second?
15C3.
I have no pools for mine. We have a couple of
Yes,
pools,
15C.1. 15C.3 and 15C.
15E.33.
how we go in order? So just to verify, we have 15C.1, 15C.3, 15C is at 4.4. And then, the 15E.33. So we would vote now on the rest of the consent calendar. And then we would go individually on those action items. Oh, I think Mrs. Lopez has.
Just want to say goodnight and be to important family week. Thank you. Good night.
So then, Mr. Rosario, you'll take over. We still have to vote, Mr. Rosario, on the consent calendar.
All those in favor for the consent calendar?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0.
Yeah, so then you would go on the one on our pools.
We're gonna go on the pools 15C.1.
Make motion?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can read it.
15C.1 employment, approve the employment for the following as recommended by staff, assistant principal Pedro Fuentes, for the Ysidro Middle School. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Fuentes. Join me, please. Members of the board, yes, I'm delighted to introduce to you Mr. Pedro Fuentes Jr., our new assistant principal at San Ysidro Middle School. The passion for fostering education excellence, commitment to supporting both students and staff, Mr. Fuentes brings a wealth of experience and enthusiasm for the community. Mr. Fuentes is not new to our community. As young man, Mr. Fuentes stayed with his family for extended periods of time in San Ysidro with Tia Delias, as the family prepared for the yearly pursuit. Mr. Fuentes comes to us with 18 years of experience in education, having previously served as a teacher at Ysidro School, at the Ysidro Union High School District for 12 years, teaching social science, English language development, and Spanish, as well as serving 2 years as attendant coordinator in Sahara. Mr. Fuentes has also served as assistant principal at San Lorenzo Unified School District, where he was the first Latino assigned to an assistant principal position, and most recently at El Cajon Valley Unified School District. Mr. Fuentes holds a degree in Spanish, emphasis in bilingual education from the California State University, Chico, and a master's degree in educational leadership from San Diego State University. Mr. Fuentes has been the recipient of the Sister Community Service Award and the CABE Multicultural Leadership Award. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Pedro Fuentes for his school community. We are thrilled to have him on board and look forward to his contributions, which make San Ysidro Middle School an even better place for students to learn to go.
You'd like to take that.
Yeah, come on, come on.
You take the book and my bad. My bad. Oh, congratulations. Thank you. Okay, so together. Okay, first this one. 1, 2, 3.
Now this one.
Gotcha. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Fifteen C.3, appointment. Approve the appointment of the following as recommended by staff. Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and Pupil Services, Manuel Bojorquez, Educational and Pupil Services. For Educational Pupil Services. Second.
We have a motion and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4.
While his family joins him at the front and we congratulate him, I'll say just a few short words about Mr. Bojorquez. We are excited to announce that beginning September 23rd on his birthday, he will serve as our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and Pupil Services in our district. Mr. Bojorquez is an experienced educational leader with over 27 years dedicated to serving only one district, and Ysidro School District. He has dedicated many years of his knowledge and expertise to student achievement and success, education, bridging the digital divide, and English language learner mastery of English as a principal, assistant principal, and teacher in our district. Mr. Bojorquez earned his Bachelor's of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering with areas of study in Chicano Studies and Urban Studies and Planning from the University of California, San Diego, and a Master's of Science in Educational Administration from National University. He also has earned a National Principal Supervisor Certificate for Equity and Excellence from the National Center for Urban School Transformation. In addition to his knowledge, he has demonstrated steadfast loyalty and dedication to our San Ysidro community. He has a profound understanding of the culture that makes San Ysidro so special. He has been the proud recipient of multiple awards, including the Elementary Principal of the Year Award across 2 counties in 2019, Imperial counties and San Diego counties. And now he will continue to serve as a humanitarian leader, guiding many students and children and their families in our community to great success. Congratulations, Mr. Borges.
That's the same thing.
The word count.
Fifteen C.4, Director of Human Resources, Efraín Burciaga, Human Resource.
I'll make the motion. The commission that I'm gonna be next to Mrs. Burciaga.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can you repeat first, then stand here, everything?
What?
Read first.
Read first, okay, read first. You have to stand in here.
I get the base.
Get all the family up, yes. Yeah, the family.
When we think of educational leaders who might leave a big imprint on students and families and entire communities, it is oftentimes very hard to say goodbye. But it is also an absolute honor to witness them taking the next well-earned step in their career, where they will continue to lead our district to success. Today, we're excited to announce that beginning September 16, 2024, Mr. Efraín Burciaga will serve as Director of Human Resources. He is an experienced educational leader with 29 years dedicated also only serving one district, and Ysidro School District. Yes, that's a clap. He started teaching at Willow Elementary School in 1995, at Sunset Elementary School in 1996, and he would later take on the position of assistant principal in 2010 and principal of Sunset Elementary in 2011. Do the math. He's been at Sunset since 2000. As principal, Mr. Burciaga earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology and first-year teacher education program from the University of California, San Diego, SYSD. I see there's this. He also earned a Master's of Arts degree in Education and a California Single Subject Credential in Social Studies from Stanford University. He also earned the National Principal Supervisor Certificate for Equity and Excellence from the National Center for Urban School Transformation in 2022. In addition to his outstanding academic achievements, Mr. Burciaga is known for his deep understanding of our multicultural communities and for his compassionate leadership style. He is profoundly committed to his teachers and to his entire staff, as well as to the families of San Ysidro. He will now continue to serve our San Ysidro family under the capacity of Director of Human Resources. Felicidades.
We'll take a picture.
Yeah. Here, 1, 2, 3.
And now let's do just your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know.
Just here. Mr. Martinez.
Oh, wait.
I'll take another one.
Family to join you.
Once it's sunset. Yeah. Sunset.
Sí, Christina, I'd like a picture. Request from Mr. Burciaga and you.
That's it.
We'll take one picture, Mr. Burciaga. You in the middle.
I'd like to make the motion.
Got one more picture.
We still have one more item. 15E.33, Memorandum of Understanding with California National Guard, Drug Task Force, Sergeant First Class Nicole Fred, Thank you so much for your patience in waiting and more. Your service. And I know that our training prepares you to have the patience in your time. I'm married to a retired chief, so I know. But anyways, thank you so much for your time. I know that you have a 3-minute presentation. So we're welcome. We're welcome.
Let's go.
I'll second. Now we can.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening, San Ysidro School District's board members and Superintendent Potter. California National Guard Drug Demand Reduction Outreach Program coordinates the utilization of National Guard resources and personnel in support of law enforcement agencies, educational institutions, and community-based organizations in their drug education and prevention efforts with preventing youth substance abuse throughout California. Drug Demand Reduction Outreach team is made up of a team of approximately throughout the state, 13 of those residing right here in San Diego. They are from this community. Some have grown up here. Some have even been previous students of your guys', including one who's actually a coach for the girls cross team. Most of you know him as Adrian Rodriguez. We as members of this community have a vested interest because this is where we call home. We see what's happening around us and we want to correct it. What we are hoping to accomplish is to provide the youth and the community with resources and knowledge about the dangers of substance use and empower the youth with life skills that help them overcome and conquer life's challenges, enabling healthy and productive lives. In turn, we hope in our efforts we can reduce chronic absenteeism and suspension rates throughout the districts. We plan to do this using evidence-based curriculums that are held to the highest standards of evaluation. Some of these curriculums are already delivering to other school districts throughout the county and the state, such as Positive Action. There is some skepticism, when our team shows up in uniform to teach your students. Every time I walk into a school, I felt it here a little bit tonight, which is okay, I'm used to it. Let me assure you that we are not in any way, shape, or form trying to recruit. The team is in fact trained to redirect students back to as being delivered to the best of their ability when asked about it. We just understand that we all have a shared problem with substance abuse, and we want to work with our communities and school districts to help combat this problem, using community norms and educating youth to prevent youth substance use and promote health and well-being. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn at 9:40 p.m. Yeah, we did. So,
We'll take a vote for 15E.33 memorandum of understanding with the California National Guard Task Force.
aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Now for adjournment, it's 9:41.
I'd like to make the motion to adjourn it.
I'll second that.
Good night and sweet dreams.
Aye.
Bye.